Hey guys, Shift here with millions in verified income trading. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm a regular retail day trader. Been doing this for about 10 or 12 years. Still trying to figure it out. But I am getting close. Very, very close. So, it is Monday morning. It's 9:25 a.m. Yeah, we'll be day trading MES today, which is just a futures contract for SPY. Yeah, so we're going to open at 737 this morning, it looks like, in SPY, which on paper looks like a 9-point up move or something, but really isn't. I mean, we traded all day on Friday at 734. There was literally a last-minute dive down to 728 or something. I mean, quite literally within the last minute of the day. So technically, we closed at 729 on Friday, but not really. Really, we were trading at 733, 734 the entire day. So we're only really up about 3 points, which is still an up move, and which is still odd because the single most important thing right now is Bitcoin, right? That is by far the most important indicator to look at. I have moved the Bitcoin price to the top of my watch list at this point. We are right at the 60K floor level, and that's very, very important. 60K has held for months now in Bitcoin. Let's see if we look at the price. Yeah, we've tested it numerous times. It's held repeatedly. It's really a very important floor, all right? So if Bitcoin breaks below 60K, that's going to cause a run on crypto in general. Once we start going below 60K, and I mean like decisively break it, not just like 59,000 and then we bounce right back. I mean like we dip below like 58,000, then you see a sharp move lower down to like 55,000, and then maybe it keeps going lower, right? Now that's a break. And once that breaks, there's going to be margin calls on a lot of people who have crypto. And in general, there's just going to be, even the institutions are going to be selling at that point. People are going to have to make money. They're going to have to raise money somehow to pay for the losses in crypto, which is going to affect the broader market today. Well, I shouldn't say today. If we break down, when we break down, which may or may not happen today, may or may not happen this week. But the point is, if we have a decisive break in Bitcoin below 60K, it is going to affect the broader market, and there's going to be a slight lag, which is good because it gives you time to prepare and to short the market before it actually starts tumbling, right? So keep your eye on Bitcoin. If it starts to really cascade down lower, which again, we don't know if that's going to happen or not. You just have to keep an eye on it and see if it does. If it does, then the market will follow pretty soon after, either on the same day or the next day, I would think. So that's really what I'm looking for. That would be a really, really nice, obvious play to make. But it's not there yet. Other than that, I'm just going to see what happens this morning. There's no real catalysts. We had a whole Iran thing over the weekend. We had some hostilities, but now we don't have hostilities, so that's like a complete non-issue. We're just back to where we started. All right, opening bell just happened. 9:30. Ding, 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 ding. All right, am I looking for anything in particular here? I mean, what were our levels on Friday? Our levels on Friday were 733, 734. So we can make a run straight towards that level. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we're at 736 in SPY right now. It wouldn't surprise me if we went straight to 734 just to test the liquidity there. No other reason, honestly. But that's not really a setup I would play. I mean, that's not. I really just want to see the action. First 5 minutes of the day are noise. They don't really mean anything. Yeah, it's just chaos mostly the first 5 minutes. After the first 5 or 10 minutes, you can start to take where we move a bit more seriously. And I want to see that first leg. Is that first leg going to be higher or is it going to be lower? Let's see here. All right. All right. Opened up the chat here. Say yo. I don't know if anybody's actually watching. Usually not, but if somebody is, hello. All right. Little move higher here. 738 was the pre-market high. So we're right at it. We're really going to break higher here, huh? Guess that makes sense in the paradoxical kind of way. Market often likes to do what defies common sense. I mean, common sense is we move lower here today with Bitcoin flirting with 60K and the hostilities over the weekend. All right, I'll play this. I think this is just me being a little overactive, but yeah, this is definitely me being overactive. Why am I going to play this? I'd be out of my mind. Yeah, calm down, Shift. We don't need to play shitty plays like this. I mean, I just said the first 5 minutes is noise. Now I'm going to just play that noise. I'm going to play it, like I said, because I think we could have a little bit of a paradoxical reaction here. Paradoxical reactions are when, like I said, it would make sense for the market to move lower here today, which to me signals, you know, retail might be selling into this up move. You know, people see, oh, we're up 10 points pre-market on nothing, and there was an Iran fighting over the weekend, so let's short the market, you know, because up 10 points doesn't make much sense. But we're not up 10 points. We're up 2 or 3 points, which is still strange. I mean, I don't think we should be up even that much. But so I could see retail sort of shorting things here, which would give the algos a reason to push us higher. That's the thinking. 489. Take profit. All right. Set my stops. All right. So we're long one MES contract. The target is SPY 740, which would be a profit of $72. My out is going to be this line right here. This line of resistance, like the pre-market top. If we break below that, that's kind of a problem. So risking $40 to win $70 here. Not a huge fan of this trade. I think, like I said, this is just sort of Monday morning, getting back into the swing of things. It's like riding a bike. You got to, I mean, it's not like riding a bike. Trading, actually, if you've been away from it for a while, it can be tricky to get back into. You got to get your headspace right. Would a good trader have made this trade? No. No. And I'm going to pay for it. Yeah, I'm going to pay for it. All right. Not the way I wanted to start the day. But I deserve that. Wasn't a good trade. All right, Bitcoin at 59.8. Honestly, keep your eye on Bitcoin. If it starts breaking down, there's going to be a problem in markets. Maybe not right away, but pretty soon after. As in, like, either simultaneously or the next day. Down $40 on that shit trade. The hell was I thinking? That was not a good play. All right, let it go. Let it go. Bad play. Just wanted something to do. These positions, I have the position listed on the stream. I like change that manually, so it's not always accurate. Me and Claude or ChatGPT, we're going to get around to setting up a macro for having my position listed on the screen. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. Yeah. Bitcoin, 59.7. But it's still positive from where it closed. I don't know. I don't know how Bitcoin works since it trades all the time. But I don't know. It has it listed as up 200. Maybe somebody can tell me. Up 200 since when? Midnight? Oh. All right. We're going to break above this 738 level again. Would I want to play it if we do? Hopefully we won't. All right. Bitcoin is moving lower. 59.6. 59.5. and it's at its red-green line, what I would call the break-even point, wherever that closing price is from, 59.5 is it. When the hell is that closing price from? Let's see. I'm going to assume it's midnight, right? I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to waste my time with it, honestly. Gonna look it up. Bitcoin never closes. Spot market is a financial institution use a daily close at 12 a.m. UTC, Coordinated Universal Time, which would be Eastern Time of 8 p.m. Eastern Time of 8 p.m. Okay, well, that's pretty random. Let's see, where were we? We were in the middle of some pretty big swings at 8 p.m. Yeah, all right. 59.5 could have been 8 p.m. All right. Bitcoin's closing price is listed as of 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is 12 a.m., I guess, Greenwich time as I know it. Universal UTC time is what it's called now. Universal Coordinated Time, UCT. All right. Bitcoin at 59.4. By the way, I tell myself I'm not going to do this all the time, which is begin to base my SPY trading on a different indicator, like Bitcoin or oil or Apple or Tesla or SpaceX, whatever. Generally, it's not something I'm a fan of doing. I don't want to base my trading on other indicators. I like to just stick to my SPY chart. You start looking at other indicators, you start getting biases that, just might not be relevant. Okay, it does look like we're breaking higher here. I am going to take it and just try and ride it to 740 here. Just really trying to pick up a point. Not a huge play. Let's be serious. Smaller than I thought, actually. $32. I guess I'm trying to make back what I lost on that first attempt at this. Looking okay-ish at this point. All right, I've said this before, but I always try and keep my winning out where it is. Keep your winning out static. Don't move your winning out. But I do move my losing exit higher as a position moves in my favor. Like, I do think our invalidation point is about here now. If we drop below this, something's gone wrong. Boy, that was close. That was real close to dinging my out. Not going to be happy if I lose this trade by a couple ticks. Yeah, that's one tick away from my out. That's going to be a bad sign. I try not to be superstitious, but, you know, if I start the day with a one tick loser, that's not going to be good for me mentally. That's for sure. Come on, don't one tick me. Seriously, that would really bother me. Come on, this is not a hard out to reach. This is not a difficult out to hit. And I'd like to just have a winner. I mean, I have one losing trade. Let's just have a winner. Put me in a better state of mind. Come on. No, don't one tick me, please. I got a bad feeling. I got a bad feeling. I'm going to get one ticked here. BTC at 59.3. I'm like real tempted to puss out now and just exit with my $10 win. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stick to your outs. Stick to your outs. Stick to the rules. Stick to the outs. This is not a very difficult out to hit. Seriously? Okay, we're stalling. We're seriously stalling on this. Yep, we are. Okay, that's great. Getting one ticked. One ticked on my second trade of the day. That's good. It's a good start to things. All right. That one leaves a bad taste in my mouth. That one leaves a bad taste in my mouth. That's sort of a big swing, that tick. All right. Another tick higher. I would have won that trade. And I'm sitting at even right now instead of down $80. So that's kind of a big deal and a little annoying. All right, I'm going to have to slow it down here because I'm pissed off and I can feel it. And now we're going to go straight back up and hit the out, aren't we? Oh boy. Yeah, really can't get any uglier than that. Just missed my winning out. Went below, just touched my losing out, which knocked me out of the trade. Although we didn't touch my winning out yet, but it looks like we're about to touch the winning out. I mean, that's a classic little whipsaw. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. What's amazing about trading is, and I never understood this with games of chance. Well, really with trading and games like poker or horse racing or sports betting. I mean, you go to a casino, right? And you play the roulette wheel and you play it randomly. You know, or even if you have a strategy at roulette or blackjack or any casino game, in the end, the house edge is what you're going to lose, right? You're going to lose whatever it is at roulette, 5% per bet, right? That's your EV. Blackjack, if you play perfect strategy, it's 1% or whatever. That's what you're going to lose. And you're often going to win, you're often going to lose. But in the end, you're going to lose whatever the expected value is, negative 3% per bet, right? Well, there we go. We touched my out. Okay. With trading, poker, horse racing, sports betting, things like that, it's like so easy to throw away money. And yet, it's so hard to get it back. And I wonder why that is. It's just like something I haven't quite explained yet. It must have to do with the emotions involved, or I guess the betting patterns, maybe you bet more when you're down or something, or things snowball. I don't know, but I just know it's like very, very easy to lose money if you just throw caution to the wind, and very, very difficult to make it back. Whereas if you were at like a random casino game, your odds would just come out to whatever. You'd win, you'd lose, you'd win, you'd lose, and you'd slowly drift lower. Whereas a game like trading, if you're not on your game and 100% and really disciplined, it becomes really easy for things to snowball quickly and very, very difficult to make it back. It's a little quirk that I haven't quite explained yet. I know it must have to do with the emotions involved and, like I said, betting patterns that come with those emotions. Anyway, I have to be careful here because I had one bad trade to start the day, just a shit trade. Then I had an okay trade that missed my out by one tick, went down, just hit my losing out, I mean, my losing exit by a few ticks, then went straight back up and touched what would have been my winning tick. That's a very, very disheartening little pattern. Not what you want to see. I mean, that's a whipsaw. That's a whipsaw. Yeah. So first trade, just poor entry, poor trade choice. Second trade wasn't so bad, but I got whipsawed on it. So this is a bad way to start the day. Bad way to start the week, honestly. So let's try and slow it down here. Wait for a really nice entry. We've got two losing trades here. Let's try and have a winner. As I say that, I'm like so tempted to get long right here just because we're at 738. All right, I'm not going to do it though. Discipline, discipline. All right. What would be a breakdown level here? It's 10 a.m. almost. It looks like we're forming a morning V, right? We've got a V shape forming and up to 740. Now we're going back down. The bottom of the V is right here. This is the bottom of the V where we opened. And that would be 736. All right. So we've got, it looks like we're forming a pretty clear morning V, upside down V, really. With a bottom at 736, a top at 740. So that would be our morning range. That's what people call it, the morning range. And a very good indicator is when we break out of the morning range, right? The morning range usually forms in the first 20 to 40 minutes of the trading day. It's your daily low and your daily high in that first half an hour of the day, give or take, right? And that's your morning range. That's your morning V. So it's almost 10 a.m., a couple minutes from 10 a.m., and we have a really nice morning range forming, morning V forming right here, all right? With a clean bottom at 736 and a clean top at 740. So if we were to break above or below either of those, you do have a setup there. That's actually a pretty textbook setup. So I will play that. That's pretty standard. If we break below 736, I'll try and catch it down to 734. Again, I don't think that that's a FOMO trade. I don't think that's a revenge trade. That's a clear setup trade. So yeah, I'll take that. I'll be happy with that trade. Where would I want to enter? 736 is right about down here. I'd love to see some momentum right off the bat. All right, so we're looking at the floor here now, right? And if we catch momentum here, I will take it. Your entries should always be based on levels. I mean, it's obvious that your exits, right, need to be based on levels. You need to set exits, and exits need to be set at levels. But your entries should also be based on levels. Breaking levels, bouncing off levels. Yeah, you really shouldn't be entering a play without some sort of significant level occurring. All right. See, like right there. Are we going to catch momentum here moving lower? Or are we going to just... Okay, I'm going to play it, but I'm going to take a quick out on it. Because I don't know if that's just a little fake out move or we're actually going lower. So I'm keeping my stop super tight here. I want to see momentum lower. I don't want to see some immediate bounce back. Like that. All right. Yeah, like that. I don't want to see an immediate bounce back. All right, $20 on that attempt. All right, so it looked like we broke lower for a second, immediate bounce back. Not what you want to see. You want to see momentum in your direction, which did not occur, at least not yet. Now I'm going to be more wary about entering this one. BTC at 59.3, 59.4. All right, yeah, you see this candle here? It looked like we had momentum lower for a second. And if we did, I wanted to catch it. But I set my exit pretty tight. And we hit it almost immediately. You know, you try to catch momentum plays. What you try and do with momentum plays is when you break the level, you don't really have a choice. You have to get in early. Because if it is a true momentum play, it's going to move quickly. So when you break the level, you have to get in. You can't wait a minute. If you wait a minute, the move could pass you. But what you can do is set a very tight stop, because if it is a true momentum play, it will keep going. And it will go quickly, right? If it's just a fake out, you know, it's just a quick dip below and then a bounce back, well, you set your tight stop just for that scenario. And that happens a lot. When you're trying to play breakouts, you're trying to play momentums, I'd say it's about 50-50. Sometimes it's real and it keeps going. Sometimes it's just a fake out and you bounce right back. So you need to make sure that you play it, you get in, but you set a tight stop so that you don't get hurt on a fake out. But that you do catch it if it's actually time to go. And you make sure that the risk reward is very tilted in your favor, so that the fact that you're only going to win those plays half the time actually pays off. So that's the key with sort of momentum trades, right? You got to get in, you got to play them fast, but you keep a very tight exit immediately. If the momentum goes with you immediately, great, successful play. If it's just a bounce fake out and you immediately go back up, you don't lose that much. That's the thinking with momentum plays. And like I said, you know, they're really coin flips. They're going to work out about half the time. The other half of the time, they're not going to work out. So you have to, you know, even more importantly, you have to mentally accept that that's the way it's going to be. All right, so let's see if we're trying it again. Okay, I'm going to do it again. Let's see if we have any momentum here or if it's just another fake out sort of BS. Tough part is with momentum play, sometimes the slower the play, honestly, the better off it is. I mean, I guess then it's not a momentum play. It's more like a creeping lower sort of play. I'm going to give this one a little more room to breathe because it looks like it might be sort of a real breakdown. Yeah, I like this one a little bit more, so I'm going to give it a little more room. Let this one breathe. If we catch some momentum, I'll even add size to it. All right. I am going to add size to this one. This looks like a real drift lower. Now we're at 735.3. My exit is 734. Maybe it should be 733, but I like 734 here. 15 from here, 730. 729.25. 730.25. All right. Now I can move my invalidation lower here now. I don't want to move it too aggressively. All right. Are we at 735? No, we've sort of already broken below 735. All right, we're hanging out at 735. I really want 734. Honestly, even 733, I would think is not a bad level. You know what? Get rid of that. Don't do that. That's not how we trade. Is this 735 level going to fail? I mean, all right, I'm going to reduce my size to 1 because I'm a wuss. We're at 735. And we're hanging out here. You know what? If we're going to go lower, we should go lower. So I am going to get size on here. Move my invalidation up. If we're going to go, we're going to go. Okay, nice. That's a winner. It's 734. All right. Caught that one. Was down $100, up $31 now. All right. Good play, good play. Good trade. I like that trade. I said it before the trade happened. This was sort of a classic setup, which is always a good thing. You know, not something I'm sort of playing on the fly that I just sort of thought up myself. Although BTC is at 59 now. Yeah. We broke below the morning V. I played it to the next even integer. I value even integers as good outs. So 734, when we broke below 736, 734 was my out. We went right to it basically, and I caught the move. So now we're back out of the hole. I'm keeping my eye on Bitcoin though. Could we go to 732? Maybe. Do I want to try it? I'll try it cheap, real cheap. If we break below 734, do I really want to? Looks like we've got some momentum. I probably should. All right. I'm going to play it for cheap. I'm going to try and catch a little move here. But my out is going to be tight. Only going to risk $15 on this one. Yes. I can tell you what it is. All right, children, right when I'm in the middle of a trade. Great, okay. $733.3 is right there. All right, so I shorted it when we broke below 734, mainly because I see Bitcoin declining. I'm going to try and ride it to 732, although 733 might be the out. And I could take it right here. I'm going to move my invalidation up. We're at 732.5. Moving my exit lower so that I'm free rolling here. Grabbed it. All right. That's a nice pickup. And an unexpected one too. So my out was 732. We tapped it. Now Bitcoin is still moving lower. It's below 59 right now, which again is going to trigger selling. if it cascades, all right? All right, my kid needs me. I'm still here. Anyway, we hit the 732 out. Yeah, which was honestly right down here, this little candle. So that was a really nice out. I like that one. That was pretty. Now let's wait for the next setup. Bitcoin is holding at 59,000. Remember what I said when the stream first started. 59,000 is, it's not good, but it doesn't mean much. It could be a fake breakdown. You need to see the ball really get rolling, really cascading before you can say Bitcoin is truly breaking down. But I will say these are bad signs right now. All right. Good thing the market isn't doing anything because my kid has me fixing his keyboard. Yeah. This I don't have interest in yet. Again, keeping my eye on Bitcoin. It's at 59,000. If it starts breaking down, as I said earlier, the problem with Bitcoin breaking down is once the ball gets rolling below the 60K floor, that has been such a resistance level for a long time. the whole crypto sector will probably start going with it if it starts moving lower, which will trigger margin calls, which will in turn affect the broader market. So that is why we are keeping our eye on Bitcoin right now, and the thesis behind if Bitcoin moves lower significantly today, the market will move with it. All right. All right. So we need to update our geometry dash.
Well, geometry dash at the top.
Okay.
Let me do it, because
Go ahead.
another account. Hold up.
Oh, yep. Unlock from that one. This is great. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Continue.
X out. Hold Alt tab. What does that do?
I don't know, buddy. Really in the middle.
You don't have to do this. Yeah, this is my real account. This is like my real account. It has I'm just gonna X out of that because we don't have to do it right now.
Jesus Christ. Last thing I want to be doing is geometry dash. Okay. Anyway. Anybody know how to save your geometry dash info? All right. I don't know why Geometry Dash doesn't allow you to save it to the cloud if it's above a certain size. Whatever. Gotta let it go. Let it the fuck go. All right, 736. Now I'm discombobulated. Saving the geometry dash data to a thumb drive. As if anybody cares. Okay. Present local app data. All right, got them on the thumb drive. All right, we're heading lower. BTC is at 59.3, so it's made a bit of a comeback. We're right back at that 736 level, which seems to be our center for today. This is quite a wave pattern here. Up, down, right back to center. What does that mean? I don't know. Depends on if you feel bullish or bearish. Now, if BTC was sinking below 59, I'd feel very bearish here, but it's not. So, I'm going to try and be selective here. Although I'm tempted to short this. It's a questionable play. Be real speculative shorting here. Yeah, alright. I'm glad I didn't. No play here. No play here. I don't see anything worth anything here. All right. Back. Updated my kids' Geometry Dash game. By the way, if anybody who plays Geometry Dash or a developer from Geometry Dash ever watches this, why can't you sync it on the cloud if it's above a certain size? which, by the way, the size limit is extremely small. If you've been playing Geometry Dash for any amount of time, you're not going to be able to sync it on the cloud. So I had to sync it on a thumb drive to move it to a different computer. I mean, is that a joke? Whatever. It's done. My 9-year-old son is now pouting because he wants to use my computer, which I obviously use for trading and streaming and video editing. He has his own computer, but it's not as fast as mine. I'm going to have to get him a better computer, I guess. Maybe if we have a big day today, that'd be nice. All right, let it go. All right, we're on the East Coast here. Starting to get hot. Starting to get hot. What is the temperature today? Let's see. Going up to 87 and sunny. Must be muggy because it feels hot already. All right. Bitcoin is at 59.5. Like I said, when it went down to 59, 59 doesn't mean much. It needs to actually break below it and start rolling, which is probably why you're seeing this move back higher as Bitcoin recovered from 59 to 59.5. I do think we're seeing quite a bit of parallel, what's a better word for it? Something with a C. Why is it escaping me? Correlation. Yes, correlation between the movement in Bitcoin and the movement in SPY in the broader market right now. Quite a bit, actually. So it's 10:40 a.m. We're at 7:37, which, you know, as you can see from pre-market action, really where we were pre-market. Yeah, pre-market we were between 7:36 and 7:38. So 7:37 is really sort of the center right now. So I would say we're centering, if that's a word. I don't think I've used that one before. But yeah, we seem to be centered at the moment. Where we opened, where most of the pre-market action was. Let's open up our SPY chart, which actually has my indicators on it. As you can see, VWAP is right here. It is at 736.5. The relative volume profile is at 737.5. So, yeah, VWAP 736.5. Volume profile is at 735.5. I mean 737.5. So 737 is our center, and we're right on it. So there's no real trade here. We're just hanging out basically at the main liquidity node for the day. This is where most of the action has occurred. This is where most of the buying and selling is going to occur. So yeah, any sort of action here around 737 isn't going to mean much of anything. We're going to need a break away from it for that to, yeah. What else can I say? 737 is our center. It's the liquidity center. Action around here is meaningless. We need action away from 737 to get a beat on what's going to happen today. Now, time of day is important, all right? I think this is really underrated. A lot of people don't talk about it, which makes sense because, you know, people are making their videos whenever they're not live. CNBC is supposedly for long-term investors, which is bullshit. Let's be serious. It's for active traders, but they say it's for long-term investors. And I'm sure there are, you know, a couple of hundred billionaires who watch it for long-term investment advice. But for the most part, it's for active traders. But nobody talks about time of day. Time of day is very, very important for day traders. If you're a swing trader, it's a little different. I like to think that I cater here to both swing traders and day traders. Very similar skill set, very big overlap, just different time horizons. I will say day traders are much more technical based, much more chart based. Swing traders use the chart quite a bit. They're still very chart based and technical based, but swing traders are much more catalyst based. All right. Swing traders play catalysts. They also play fundamentals to a certain degree. Day traders play fundamentals almost zero. We do play catalysts if they're really important, but day traders are almost exclusively chart based. All right. Technicals. Swing traders are a much more diverse sort of input range, all right? It's, yes, the charts, most importantly, catalysts, some fundamentals. But for a day trader, the time of day is super important, all right? And like I said, nobody really talks about this. You know, you get different moods in the market depending on what time of day it is. The first 5-10 minutes are just noise. It's just people repositioning, and you know, it's just chaos as millions of market participants decide what they want to do for the day. All right, so you're getting millions of inputs in those first 5-10 minutes, and it's just meaningless noise as the market bounces around as those inputs come in. After that, you usually get a trading block. You get a morning V, honestly, is the next step, which we got here. All right, you get your morning V, which is your nice up-down pattern, which establishes the morning range. That usually happens in the first 20 to 40 minutes of the day, right around 10 a.m. So today's a great example of a morning V. Boom, boom at 10 a.m. The morning V finished. We broke through. Then you get from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., you sort of get a trading block, right? Where you have momentum and movement. So we went down, sort of hit a wall here today just because, I mean, we hit 732. We had moved down quite a bit. Bitcoin started to recover. But honestly, from 10 to 11, usually you get a mood, you know. Not today. Today our mood was, let's go lower and then let's go higher. But from 10 to 11, you can often get a sort of sense of we're bearish or we're bullish. Now, 11 a.m. usually marks a turning point in some way. Don't ask me why, but momentum can change at 11, right? For whatever reason, momentum can shift at 11 a.m. Often reverses direction, or maybe breaks out of a certain range at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. sort of is an important point in the day. It's very similar to 1 p.m. 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. have a lot of parallels between the two, all right? They both sort of mark turning points in the day, all right? Where moods can sort of take hold. What happens right after 11 a.m. and what happens right after 1 p.m. can set the mood for the next hour or two of trading, right? Then you have lunchtime, 12 to 1. 12 to 1 is our lowest volatility time as traders are at lunch. More often than not, you just see channeling behavior from 12 to 1. Obviously not always. You get breakouts, you get movements from 12 to 1 occasionally, but 12 to 1 is usually low volatility market channels during that time. I mentioned 1 p.m. 1 p.m. is a very important point in the day. Movement that you get at 1 p.m. and directly after 1 p.m. usually indicate the mood for the afternoon until 3 p.m., right? So the movement you get at 1 usually indicates what may happen until 3 p.m. 3 p.m. is another important turning point in the day. For whatever reason, moods can shift at 3 p.m. Whatever was happening before 3 p.m. can suddenly change. You can start getting real volatility or real momentum at 3 p.m. You can also suddenly get channeling behavior, or the market may start pegging at 3 p.m. to a certain number. So 3 p.m. is another time to watch out for. Then you have 3:50. 3:50 p.m. signals the last 10 minutes. I believe there's some sort of rule that allows institutions to do certain things in the last 10 minutes. So I'm thinking about a trade here, by the way. So in those last 10 minutes, you can really see a lot of volatility, and often at 3:50 on the nose exactly, you'll get some sort of volatility spike that quickly sort of mean reverts, but you will see a volatility spike in one direction or in both directions at 3:50 on the nose. All right, so you got to be aware, if you have open positions at 3:50, be aware that you might face a volatility spike as soon as that clock ticks 3:50. And then, yeah, so for those last 10 minutes, you can get a lot of momentum, you can get a peg, but the last 10 minutes have a quality of their own, a mood or a sense of their own. And then the final portion of the trading day, 3:59, the last minute, you can get very extreme moves in that last minute. All right, big moves. We saw that on Friday. I can show you quite clearly here. This is Friday, and this is 3:59 right here. I mean, look at this. No better example of 3:59 volatility. This is 3:59 on Friday. We got in that 1 minute, a drop from 734 down to 717. We got almost a 20-point drop in SPY and an immediate recovery, all within 1 minute. So 3:59, you can get some really Wild West shit going on. So those are the times of the day, all right? The periods of the day, and you got to be aware of them. If you're a day trader, I guess not so much if you're a swing trader, but if you're a day trader, you have to be aware of what time of day it is, where the important markers are, and where the mood shifts might occur. Yeah, so recap real quick. There is first 5-10 minutes, complete noise. Then you get the morning V until about 10 a.m. 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. You usually get momentum and actual trading with some stability and direction to it. 11 a.m. can often mark a mood shift. 12 to 1 is our lunchtime low volatility channeling behavior. 1 p.m. again, another mood shift, which can indicate where we are headed from 1 to 3. 3 p.m., another mood shift. Often get, you know, a new direction at 3 p.m. or pegging and channeling behavior also at 3 p.m. In other words, lower volatility. The market becomes pegged to a certain number where it wants to close at 3 p.m. 350, you get volatility spike at 350 on the nose as institutions clear out certain trades. And then the last 10 minutes, you get little Wild West trading. And then 359, big time volatility. Sometimes. I mean, sometimes it's just boring. But that last minute can also do what it did on Friday. Produce a 20-point up and down move all in 1 minute. Those are your periods of the day. If you're a day trader, keep them in mind. Anyway, I'm flat here. We're still at 737. Again, 737 right now is meaningless to me. That is our center of liquidity. It looks like we're just hanging around there doing nothing. It's pretty much where we opened the day. We opened the day at 736, but we went straight to 737. So it's basically where we opened the day. It's by far where most of the trading has occurred during the day. You can see the volume profile here. These bars represent where volume has occurred. Most of the volume has occurred at 737. So any action around 737 here is meaningless. We need a move away from 737 to give us a sense of what's going on. It's 10:53 a.m. Another 7 minutes, and we will be at 11. And 11 can give us some volatility, a little clue as to where we want to go. We're at 738 right now, since we moved a little higher. I'll tell you, as we move past 738, a short becomes more tempting as a mean reversion play back to 737 because it looks like we want to be at 737. So, do I dare? Do I dare to short it and try and make a little money on a mean reversion play? At 738. No, bad place. I am not a mean reversion trader. I guess some people are. I suck at it, I guess. I do try it sometimes if we're like channeling. I really want to do it right now. For instance, I want to short this market, see if it'll go back to 737. Damn it. Looks like it's going to. So you can see this little block right here. This is all 737 action. We dipped below it, right? And we came right back to 737. And we bottomed out here at 736. Now, when you have a peg, like 737, I think is the peg right now, which is where the market wants to be. Usually you get 1 point moves up and down away from it before it pulls back towards it, right? So 737 is the peg. Right here is 736. We hit 736 on the nose. We moved right back. In other words, we swung 1 point away from it, moved right back to 737. Now, up here is a little bit more than 738. 738.3, and then now it looks like we're moving again back towards 737. So you tend to get 1 point swings away from the peg before you pull back towards it. Now, again, these are mean reversion plays, and I don't like mean reversion plays. I'm not very good at them. I actually do like them. I try to play them, and I always fail at them. So this one looks like it might have worked. Bitcoin hanging out at 59,350. Been hanging out there for a little bit now. So I bought this whiteboard in case I wanted to display certain ideas with a fucking whiteboard. I don't know. Let's test it out. All right. So this is a terrible idea. It's not working at all. All right, so here's our, and it looks backwards. Shit, it's going to look backwards to you guys, isn't it? Yeah, it is going to look backwards to you guys. Ah, fuck. All right, forget the whiteboard idea. That's not going to work. I can't write backwards. Shit. I would need a separate camera for the whiteboard itself. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Boy, even if I wrote something, it would look backwards, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Let's test it out anyway. I don't know why I have to, but just to prove it. No, that doesn't look backwards. What the fuck? Now I'm confused. All right. I do know how to trade, by the way. I'm not an idiot. Even though I can't figure out how to use a whiteboard effectively. So, when you have a peg, right? Boom. $7.37 is our peg. 7.36 and 7.38. Price action tends to move like this. So, yeah, as you can see, price action tends to. I am really bad at this. Maybe I'll get better at it. If you've got a 737 peg, price action tends to. Price action tends to drop down 1 point, come back to the peg, hang out at the peg, go up 1 point, come back to the peg, hang out at the peg, go up 1 point, hang out at the peg. In other words, 1 point variance from the peg and then back to the peg. If there is an actual peg. All right. Might not be using the whiteboard again for a while. Or I might. Kind of liked it. All right. We're at 737.5. Again, still hanging out at 737. Bitcoin's still above 59. Still back to 737. Bitcoin approaching 59 again. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a 58 handle on Bitcoin. That would be a problem, I think, for markets. How do we not break down to 736 here? I mean, we almost have to, right? I'm going to play that. You know what? I'm going to play that. With Bitcoin declining, 736 seems like a real obvious shoe-in right here. I mean, I could be wrong, but seems like, yeah, it seems like 736 would not be hard to hit right here. Not at all. Yeah, it's a $60 pickup. I'll do that. Okay, invalidation. Let's move our out to right here. Yeah, that looks like our invalidation point. Yeah, that looks good. All right, risking $19 to win 60. I'll take that. Is our price updating macro on? Yeah, I'm making this play because it looks like we're sort of, like I showed before on the whiteboard, so neatly and clearly. We do like to oscillate when we're pegged. We like to oscillate 1 point up and down. We hit our 738. Now, I think we might oscillate down to 737. I mean to 736. Plus Bitcoin moved a little bit lower. Not a lot lower, but a little bit lower. So, like I said, I can risk $20 to win 60 here. I think I've got a decent chance of winning this trade. And it's a good risk reward. There we go. Do I want to move my invalidation exit? Not really. These are the best lollipops, by the way. They're at Home Depot. They're really good at like the checkout line, at least at my local store. I really like these lollipops. They're like that, like, I don't know how to describe it. They're not like tart, like a usual lollipop, you know? They're more creamy. It's good lollipop. Whatever. Good size, too, you know? Good shape. Like a nice round globe. I like that it's like multi-hued. And yeah, it's big. It's like a little bigger than a blow pop. I'd say it's got like a 10 to 15% diameter advantage against a blow pop. Better shape, better taste. I like them. They should sell them in supermarkets. I don't know why they don't. Maybe they're too expensive. It's only $1. All right. This trade is working out. Do I want to move my invalidation point? Yeah, probably. I'd even probably get more size, but there's not a whole lot of meat left on the bone here. You know, it doesn't make sense to get size if you don't actually have, you know, money to make. All right. Bitcoin is actually at 59 exactly and looking like it might break below it, which would be ugly. Making me think maybe I do want to get size, and I have to start looking at what real outs look like here. 732 is the daily low, so that becomes a very obvious real out here if we start collapsing. I do have the chat open, by the way. If anybody's actually watching and wants to chat. I don't know if anybody's watching. I don't like to look because I understand usually people aren't. At least not live. Not yet. But I will say, if you're doing one of these prop trading firms, I don't know. Maybe I can help. Maybe what I'm doing can help. I don't know. I don't know much about those prop trading challenges. I've been trading my own account for 12 years. I don't have any intention of trading anything else, but I do understand they're quite popular right now. Oh man, seriously? All right. Not looking good. Not looking good at all. For a minute there, it looked very good. What did we hit? 736.5. Okay. I guess that was as far as we wanted to go. Yeah, this trade is about to be a loser. So, yeah. Okay. This is why I don't fucking do peg mean reversion plays. I don't know why I can't get through my head. They never fucking win. Well, not never. Not enough. Anyway, 11 o'clock rolled around. We started to move lower. I mean, that wasn't even another good reason why. I mean, it was a good trade. It just didn't work out. But it's done now. Let it go. Seriously, we're going to tap my out. This is going to be another tap and then straight down. Yeah, there's no way I wouldn't have been. There's no way I wouldn't have been forced out. So, I will say the chart here is starting to sort of form an up shape. I'm not going to say that it's that we're rising yet. I mean, we're still at 737 basically. But you can see that there are higher highs here, and now we've just gotten a lower low. So there's a little bit of an uptrend occurring here. Not a big one. Certainly not something I'd play right now, but I will say, in the absence of a Bitcoin breakdown, which we still haven't gotten, 59,000 is still holding. I wouldn't want to get short because it does look like the chart is trending higher for the moment. A lower low here would be a good sign. A lower low here would be an even more bearish sign. I shouldn't say good or bad. I mean, I'm flat, so I don't really care which way we go. All right, back at 737. And again, I'm going to hesitate on, I'm real tempted to try and catch us down, move down to 736, but I just failed at it. Let it go. All right, well, it's a little boring. Still hanging out at 737. Bitcoin still holding above 750. I mean, above 59,000. Very little going on right now. Very little going on. This is part of the game. As I call it, LWLW. A lot of wrong, a lot of waiting. In other words, you're going to be wrong a lot. You're going to end up waiting a lot if you're doing it correctly. LWLW. A lot of wrong, a lot of waiting. This is a waiting period right now. Waiting for something other than hanging out at 737. Anybody see Game of Thrones last night? I won't spoil anything, but disappointed. House of Dragon Season 1 was just, so good. God, it was a masterpiece. It really was. House of Dragon Season 1 doesn't get enough credit. Really great. One of the best seasons of television ever. Season 2 was meh. Now Season 3, are we really just doing like battle set pieces and fighting and killing without any real character development? That's what we're doing for Season 3. I guess the character development aspects are done. Now it's just going to be all battles and deaths. Yeah. not a promising first 2 episodes for season 3. Tempted to do something just because I'm bored. That is obviously a very bad reason to trade. Boredom is not a good setup. You can write that one down. Boredom, not a setup. You know, they say this is where you make your money, right? It is. It is. I mean, it's cliche, and I'm not a huge fan of it. But yes, waiting is where you make your money. Bitcoin is approaching 59 again. Maybe it wants to break down. I mean, that's what I'm really waiting for. If Bitcoin makes a serious move lower, we can start making some money. Nope. 59 level is still holding on Bitcoin. 59 level is still holding. As is our peg to 737. Boy, this is a stubborn one. What could be driving this? Why are we stuck here at 737? What is going on? Any explanation for this? Not that I see. Not that I see. I will say the correlation between Bitcoin and the market is still holding. Bitcoin creeps higher, market creeps higher, Bitcoin creeps lower, market creeps lower. Market's pegged to 737, Bitcoin's hanging out, I don't know, 59,100, 59,200. This is what we're doing. If we go up to 738, I will try to short it again. Yeah, why not? Let's do a sell limit order right at the top here. Right, is that 7? Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe one more tick higher. Maybe one more tick lower, actually. Oh man, that was really close. Yeah, I put a sell limit order in. Oh wait, there, we took it. Okay. All right. Let's see if we want to go back to 737 again. As we have done numerous times now. I will take profit at 737. Uh-huh. All right. Risking $20. Invalidation up here at our previous peak. Our winning out is 737. So yeah, risking $21 to make $44. Classic 2-to-1 trade. Unfortunately, Bitcoin seems to be moving higher than it has in a while. It's at 59.4 now. Not happy about that. In fact, I'm going to lower my risk specifically because of that. Yeah, I'm only going to risk $8 here. Maybe 11. Nope, Bitcoin's still going. Okay, I really have to take the risk down here. I don't like it with Bitcoin moving higher. I'm not just going to immediately exit, but I am going to move my losing exit closer. And I don't trust this trade if Bitcoin's climbing. Whatever. $9. Okay. I think the market wants to pull back to its 737 peg, but Bitcoin is at 59.5 now. So as it moves higher, the market has pressure to move higher. I really need Bitcoin just to sink another $100, and I think this trade would be successful. But it certainly needs to stop showing momentum higher, or else it's sunk. Okay. Boy, I'm tempted just to exit this. No. You know what? Don't base your trades on other fucking indicators. Yeah. Don't do it. Now you see, this is Bitcoin just lost like $50, and you can see it's responding to it. Well, now it's a $33 winner. Now I'm like actually tempted to take it. In fact, I am going to take it. Yeah. Because now Bitcoin's climbing again. So I'll take $30 there. That's fine. Bitcoin at 59.6 and climbing. Flat now. 59.7 and climbing. Is this going to be a reason for a breakout higher? Great lollipop, by the way. Great lollipop. Home Depot, $1. Approaching 738, which again would normally be sort of a top if we're pegged at 737, but Bitcoin has made a run now. It's up to 59.7. All right, this has been a resistance level. I'm gonna have to get long if we break above it, because we very well could. We're at 738. I'm getting in on it. Bitcoin's going. I'd say 739.5, which is up here, is the target. Let's see if it's just a fake out, though. Are you just faking me out? It hit my stop, but that was a little quick. Not a huge fan of that stop being hit like that. I'm getting back in. It's going to have to prove to me a little bit more than that. Sloppy, Lou, sloppy. I said a bad out, and it got hit. So now I'm wasting another trade on it. Yeah. Exited. Let me see a little more momentum higher. Let me see a real breakout here. This is 738 on the nose where we are right now. A little momentum. All right. Discipline here. Discipline. We want real momentum higher to signal a trade. I'm also tempted to short it, to play the pullback to 737, but nah, that'd be sloppy here. All right. Looks like we've got a little momentum now. Take profit up here at our previous highs. On my invalidation. Where's my invalidation exit? Down here. So much is dependent on Bitcoin, though. It was rising, now it's going down a little bit, so now we're stalling. I mean, I should just be trading Bitcoin at this point, except I don't know shit about it. All right, it's moving higher, so that should give us a little boost. There we go. Momentum. That's what we like to see. And I can add size if I can do a new invalidation level, which I can. Which I can if I just see a little bit more room higher. I can add size if we just get another good push higher. Okay. All right. I added size. It looks like we want to go higher here, so move my invalidation exit up as I gain size. That's an important trick that I have. If you're going to add size, move your losing exit up, all right? That's how you keep the risk reward balanced, all right? If you're going to add size, move your losing exit up. They should happen simultaneously. In other words, as you are, when you get a new invalidation level, you know, you can add size. If there's room to run and you've got meat on the bone to win, if it takes a nice pop higher and you can move your losing exit up, that's a great time to get size because you're reducing your risk one way and increasing your reward by adding size another way. So it's a good balance there. I mean, that's the out, right? Isn't it? The out. That out maybe even be a little bit too. Yeah, no, that's my invalidation out. If I lose, I lose. Not looking good. But I won't be super disappointed with this play. I think it was a good play. If I lose, so be it. Really thought we were going to go here. But LW, LW. A lot of wrong, a lot of waiting. Risking $40 to win 150. It's a good risk reward. It's just this trade. I don't know. It had momentum. Now it just looks floppy. Why are you floppy, trade? All right. This trade is not going to win. Bummer. I could reduce my size if we get a little bump. Nope, I'm just going to lose on it. Okay. All right. Whatever. I really believed in that one. But so be it. I mean, don't tell me I just set a shitty stop. Is that seriously what happened? I just set a bad exit. I got it. This chart is just looking too much like I just set a bad exit, and that's why I lost it. Whatever, 15 bucks. 15 bucks to give me peace of mind that this wasn't just a fucking bad exit. Mm-hmm. 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 Alright, we're long on MES. I got it because we broke out of this range here. Down here, we broke out of this. On the other hand, we've been pegged to 737 and we keep pulling back towards it. Thought we were breaking out higher, especially because Bitcoin made a good move higher. It's up to 59.8 now. But this move is lacking. It's just lacking. What is it doing? It doesn't seem to want to do anything. We're at 738. We're stuck there again. I'm exiting. I'll get back in it if we want to show some movement. Actually above 738. Instead of just sort of freezing here. Odd place to stop. But it is approaching noon. Bitcoin continues to climb. Okay, let's try it again. We're just forming some sort of new channel here, or what? I'm not sure what's going on anymore. All right. I keep thinking we're breaking out above 738, and we keep just sort of failing at it. Huh. Plumber's here. All right. I'm going to have to talk to him. If we break above that, I'll get some more size. All right. I got to talk to the plumber. I'm going to lose this trade while I'm speaking to him. All right. Whatever. Oh, hey, look at that. Plumber is here. I didn't lose. I actually added size. Okay. Let me change my... Okay. Bitcoin is not doing anything, but that's okay. 1. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Invalidation moving up. What was that level that we hit? 738.79. That doesn't mean much. That does not mean much. $738.71. Okay, we're climbing, we're climbing. 738.82. One tick lower here. I don't want to do that. Not really. Yeah, I do. Okay, whatever. All right. We just had a little... Did we hit a wall there? Is that what happened? If we get to that top again and then fail at it, I'm gonna get the fuck out. What fuck this? What am I doing? Play it like you mean it. Play it like you mean it. Stop playing scared. Playing scared money. Play it like you mean it. Alright, I reduced my size by 1. I will buy back in for another one if we can break this. You know what? That's not really a smart move. Yeah, there's no meat here. There's really no meat on the bone here. Plus, we're at 739. Yeah. what's up? All right, plumber couldn't get it. That makes me feel better. Because I tried to get it, and I couldn't fucking get it. And I'm no amateur when it comes to plumbing. Yeah, I am. I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to plumbing. But still. Why am I adding size here? Why the fuck am I adding size here? Why am I adding size here? I should not add size here. I should just exit this position. No, don't just exit it. Whew, fucking plumber. Okay, get your head right. Where am I? What am I doing? I am trying to ride this to 740, aren't I? Yes, that is what I'm trying to do. Okay, let's not be a pussy about this. Let's just try and ride it to 740. I'm really uncomfortable with my size, so, alright, I am going to reduce the size. Ah! Plumber again. Hello? Yep. Alright, great, thank you. Alright, bye-bye. Alright, plumber's coming back because he couldn't get it. He's coming back later. He's coming back later. And I'm gonna add size again. Alright, I'm fucking, see, I'm out of sorts because of the plumber. I'm out of sorts because of the plumber. I don't know what my plan is here. What the fuck is my plan? Okay, we broke through 738. we can get to this pretty easily. Alright, I gotta play this like I mean it. Play it like you mean it. Shit. Stop playing scared. Stop playing fucking scared. Alright. Just can't have interruptions, you know? You can't go and talk to the plumber about the sink in the middle of a play. Because now I'm like bouncing in and out of it. Frankly, I feel lost on it. I don't know what I'm doing in it anymore. All right, reduce my contract to one size. That's the first step. Fucking concentration. It's like rule number one. Concentrate on what the fuck you're doing. Whatever. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it the fuck off. I don't really think that this dip invalidates this move, though. No, I don't think this dip invalidates this move. I think the real invalidation point is down here. But I don't want to carry that much size down there. I have to reduce a little bit of my size. Fuck. right. I got rid of one of the contracts. Now it's just one. I think that's my invalidation point. All right. Feeling a bit more clear-headed now. Concentrating on the play a little more. Can actually reach for a little bit more. I want to go for that much. Yeah, I mean, that's not asking for a lot. All right. This doesn't look right, though, anymore. Something looks wrong. It's 12 o'clock. Lunchtime channeling. Channeling would sort of mean 7:37, I guess. We're going to try and make a run back to there. Tell you one thing, I'm not liking this play at all anymore. We had some momentum. It carried us to 739, and the odd number out killed us. Did it? Was the odd numbered out the top? This is a major leak in my game. I have to figure out how to play these odd numbered pullbacks. I know they're coming. Yeah. Fuck. But you can get other things. I mean, English works. All right. Well, I'll think. Okay? Actually using it. Plumber children. Be nice if I could just concentrate on my play. That'd be great. Imagine a world where I could just concentrate on what I'm doing. Motherfucker. This play is dead. This play is fucking dead. Yeah, I'm getting out of it. This play is dead. Yes. Yeah, sure. Everybody just shut the fuck up. You know, it really is a fucking miracle that I somehow break even at trading, considering that I got to deal with the plumber, the baby, my kids, the 15,000 other things all day, every day. Fucking joke. Whatever. Just recenter. Recenter. Still up $50. Just recenter. Shit day. Market's not doing anything. It's fine. All right, all right. 12:46. Still in the lunchtime doldrums. Just nothing. I mean, just nothing. This is not a great trading pattern right here. Yeah. Wish I could magically say there's some sort of play to make on this, but there's not. There's just not. 739, 738. Looks like we're channeling between those two now. Been at 737 most of the day. There's just nothing going on. Nothing tradable. Nothing tradable. But, like I said, 1 o'clock usually brings a little bit of a change of fortune. A mood change, at least. So we're approaching 1. It's 12:47. So maybe at 1, we'll start to get some movement one way or another. I hope I didn't pull a Jeffrey Toobin while I was away. Right? You guys only saw the be right back screen. Times you gotta clear your head, you know? Like in Wolf of Wall Street. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump you gotta pump those numbers up. Oh god, here comes a child. Let's see.
I just saw your message about a checkbook. Maybe in there. I guess he's gone by now, though.
No, there's a second plumber coming.
What?
The first one couldn't fix it. No, it's not.
Hey.
Just said he couldn't get it.
Get what?
The clog. Yeah.
I don't understand how it's decided, Mike. It's very concerning to me. I mean, there's no way Hulk could have done this, right? That's the only. I mean, I can fess up to that and think that down there. But you know how much pulp comes out of a lemon. It's not that much. Plus, I still don't think that would have done it. It certainly wasn't like. It seems like a ball or something.
Something's down there. I don't know. Yeah.
What'd you say about Jill? I didn't read it. She's gonna email me about wrestling camp, maybe.
No, just a party.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, Anthony's got a party.
At their house?
No, somebody else's. I don't know. The email will say, I guess.
Did the boys have lunch?
Okay. This is life. Trying to be a day trader with a family. If I was 23 years old and single, I strongly believe that I would be a millionaire by now. But I'm not. Oh well. Unfortunately, we are just waiting right now. There's nothing about this chart, nothing about anything occurring right now that resembles anything approaching a setup. Yeah, this is nothing. I do have some trading buddies I chat with. Telling them shit market, just dead today. What else is there to say? We just hit 739. Could short it. Try and ride it to back down to 738. Not a play I'm gonna take. $12:55, 5 minutes until 1 o'clock. We can hope 1 o'clock brings a little action. I'm making love to this plastic yogurt container. Trying to get every last bit of probiotic in there. Shit. This sucks. Sorry, guys. Wish it wasn't so boring right now. Need to think of ways to spice it up during these boring times. Just nothing going on. Could actually work on some of my trading theories. I do keep a trading journal. I have a number of trading files on my phone. I have a whiteboard right next to me, actually. that has some main trading ideas on it that I'm working on currently. I can tell you about them. I'm actually working on 4 things right now. Well, 5 really. Number 1, confidence. Confidence is the most important thing for a trader. Well, honestly, besides concentration, concentration comes first. You need to be able to concentrate on what you're doing and enter a state of flow. That, I would say, comes first. After that, if you have that, which isn't easy to achieve, after that comes confidence. You need to have confidence, all right? You can't win with scared money, all right? You can't win if you're constantly thinking, I have to protect my losses, or I'm not certain if this is a good play. When the plumber was here, you saw how I was playing that. That was just sloppy entry and exit soup. Not because I wasn't confident. I mean, I wasn't all that confident in the play, though. Mainly because I wasn't concentrating on it, and therefore I wasn't confident in my read of it. So yeah, concentrate first, and then you got to be confident. You just got to go with it. Not every play is going to be a winner, you know. You have to accept your losers and still play with confidence. That's all it comes down to. You got to know, you know, 50% of your plays, whatever, something like that, they're going to be losers. Can't let that affect your judgment. You have to trade like you mean it. Aggressively, you know, trade to win. Trade to win. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. But it's definitely a requirement of being a winner. I have zero doubt about that. And I struggle with it quite a bit myself. I'm always sort of overprotecting my trades. Some people, it's the opposite. They don't protect their trades at all, or they keep sort of, you know, they chase their winners too far and they let their losers run. A lot of people actually have that problem instead. But it does come from the same place psychologically. It is a lack of confidence that causes both. I tend to be a little overprotective. Some people tend to be, they have no risk management at all. But it all stems from the same, I don't really particularly believe in what I'm doing. All right? So you need to overcome that. You need to believe that you're profitable, that you can be profitable. Like right now, I'm not sure I'm profitable, but I do feel very, very close. And if I make a few minor tweaks, one of them being this whole confidence thing I'm talking about, I think I will be quite profitable. I think I'm really just a hair's breadth away. And I haven't felt that way before. I've always either felt like, you know, like, oh man, I feel lost. You know, I had a losing day. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I really don't. Or I've felt, you know what? I finally figured it out. I found the secret. This is it. I can do it. I don't think I've ever felt the way I feel right now, which is I'm not quite there yet, but I'm really, really close. My hand is sort of like on the light switch, and I'm about to flip it. There's just a couple things I got to tweak, and I feel like there's one sort of secret sauce ingredient that I'm missing. I wish I knew exactly what it was. Maybe it is the confidence thing. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. But I feel like once I grasp it, I'm going to be very profitable very quickly. I'm close. I know that. It's only taken 12 years and thousands of dollars of losses to get here, but I am very close now. I do need to be able to concentrate uninterrupted, though. What else am I working on? Oh, yeah. 4 things. Be selective with my entries. You got to be tight with your entries, all right? Like this crap we're seeing here today, I'm being pretty good. I mean, it's actually fairly easy to sit out of this considering how shitty it is. if you've been actively day trading this, I hope you haven't. If you have, you're going to have to seriously think about if you're over trading and what your setups are, if you have any setups, because this stuff, there's no setups here. I mean, when we broke up above here, I thought there was a setup, and there sort of was. It didn't really work out too well. But since then, since 12 for the last hour, there's been no setups. As usual, this is 12 to 1. We just hit 1 o'clock, and look, low volatility, channel bound action from 12 to 1, as usual. Lunchtime doldrums. Number 2, set your stops correctly. Your losing exit should be an exit that invalidates your trading thesis. Your winning exit should be, it's a little bit trickier. I like to use the next resistance level, whatever it is. You know, whatever I look at on the charts and see as a resistance level, I tend to think that that will be my winning out. You know, so if we have a setup and we break out or something, my winning stop is going to be the next resistance level, whatever it is. And it has to be really at least a point away. I'm not going to take a trade if there's an obvious resistance level 50 cents away. That doesn't make sense. Number 3, one and done. One and done. You get one attempt at a trade. If it doesn't work out, let it go. Let it go. Same with winning, actually. If you have a trade and you're successful at it, it hits your winning out, you're done. Let it go. You've won. Congratulations. One and done. The closer you can get to turning trading into a binary outcome game, the better off you are. There's so many shades of gray in trading. It's a big obstacle. It's a big difficulty. It's a big challenge. You want to try and turn your trading into binary outcomes, like every other form of gambling, all right? Sports betting, whatever. You know, the casino, you win or you lose. You want to do that with your trading. So have your outs set. When you hit them, win or lose, you're done with it. That's the end of the trade. You either won or you lost, and you accept that. All right, I won, I lost. I'm done with that one. Let it go. Or else you can start, again, turning into entry and exit soup, where you start entering, exit, flip-flopping, getting in, out. I mean, when that starts happening, you know you're in deep shit. You're tilting, you're off, you're not going to win. You cannot win if you're entering, exiting, re-entering, exiting the same trade over and over again. There is no way to win doing that. So, one and done. And number 4, you have to know when to increase your size, which honestly I still haven't quite figured out yet. I do have a few rules to it. I know, number 1, there has to be meat on the bone. If you're going to increase your size, you better have a substantial amount of reward still possible in the trade, all right? You don't increase size if you've only got 50 cents left until you hit your out, okay? Doesn't make sense. Now, if you've got a 1.5 still to go, 2 points, that's a good opportunity to increase your size. You want to make sure that increasing your size is going to pay. And you want to increase your size, I mean, this is obvious, but only when the trade is winning. I mean, maybe it's not so obvious, but it should be. You don't increase your size on a losing trade. If a trade is negative, do not increase your size on it. Ever. Ever. Period, end of story. If a trade is in the red, do not increase your size on it. I can't emphasize that enough. I mean, to me, that's sort of second nature now. But looking back on it, it wasn't always. So I think I need to make that 100% clear. The only time you ever increase your size is in a trade that's already winning, all right? And I said it earlier, the best time to increase your size, a trade is winning, and it's gone up a nice healthy leg. You can move your losing out upward at the same time, because it's gone up so much that the invalidation point of the trade has also gone up, right? Your original invalidation point, you're losing exit, it no longer seems correct, right? It's gone up so much that your losing exit, your invalidation point, can now move upward. That is the perfect time to increase your size, because that is when you can simultaneously increase your reward while decreasing your risk. I mean, maybe your risk increases a little, or, you know, the point is you're increasing your size while decreasing your risk through another way, all right? So that's the perfect time to increase your size. You're in a winning trade, you've crossed a certain threshold where the invalidation point moves higher, increase your size then. That's my theory on gearing up. Gearing is very important in general. All gears. You need to know when to just be like in the gear I'm in right now, which is slow gear, waiting for something to happen, being patient, not trying to rush anything, just sort of looking at it. You know, this is what I would call first gear, right? Nothing's happening. I'm just waiting for it. I'm taking it slow. Appropriate for this market. Completely appropriate. Second gear, we just discussed high gear, right? All right. You're in a trade. It's going your way. You can move your invalidation exit up. Time to increase your size. You've got a lot of meat on the bone still left. Let's try and go for a big win. And you should feel particularly good about the trade. You know, I should say that. You should feel very good about the trade. In fact, I'm going to add that to my list. And then there's zero gear, which is I'm stepping away from the computer because I'm pissed off, upset, or distracted. All right. That's like zero gear. You got to know which gear to be in. It's part of why I picked the name shift, right? You got to know when to shift gears. Shifting gears is, I talk about the special sauce, something that's missing. Maybe it's confidence. Maybe it's my ability to shift gears correctly. Have I quite figured it out yet? I don't know. Anyway, we're seeing a little bit of a breakout right now. But again, as I just discussed before, the reason why I'm not playing it, there's no meat on the bone here. We're at 39.3. If I was to get long here on this little breakout, where are we going? 740? 740 is going to be a resistance level. Look, it was a high before. It's a clear, even integer. It's a nice round number. 740 is clearly going to represent resistance. So on this little breakout here, I'm not going to play it because there's nothing to win. All right, I'm going to hit resistance at 740. If we break 740, that's a different story. Then we can make a decision. In fact, this is getting to a point where I feel like, should I play a top here? Should I short it? Oh, look, Bitcoin has broken above 60,000. No wonder why we're creeping higher. Boy, that 60,000 level on Bitcoin has been a son of a bitch. I'll tell you, if you are a crypto bear, I feel bad for you. That 60,000 level has been the bane of your existence. Yeah, if you're a crypto bear, don't play it until we decisively break below 60,000. Because that resistance level is holding out. There are some serious forces making sure we stay above it, and rightfully so. Because like I said, if we break below it, there's going to be margin calls. The crypto space is going to go down, and the broader market is going to go with it. So there is good reason to think 60,000 is going to hold. So you really got to wait for it to actually break. Don't try and anticipate it. That's another general good rule of trading. Don't try and anticipate any sort of breakout. Just wait for it to happen. Sure, you know, you're going to be a little late to the party. But, as I like to say, second in, first out. All right? You're never going to be the first guy into the trade. You don't want to be the first guy into the trade. Be the second guy into the trade, all right? Wait for the breakout. Wait for the other people to show you that the move is on. And then first out. Be the first guy to exit, all right? You can be the second guy in, but be the first guy out. Second in, first out. Good rule to follow. Again, we're at 740. RSI is well above 80. I mean, we're at 740 right now. I mean, this is looking toppy as hell. And I think this move higher is really driven by Bitcoin moving higher. I mean, we are getting a 1 o'clock up move, you know? 1 o'clock is sort of proving bullish. We're also up 1.5% on SPY. We're at a resistance level. I mean, none of that means we can't make a big run higher. We could. It's just there's a lot of factors that say resistance here. So it wouldn't surprise me if we get like a pop to 740.5 just to like rope people in and to get people stops. I'll probably get in just with a really tight stop. Oh god, a fishing expedition basically. Just because I don't want to miss it if we're going to have a 4-point move higher. But I'm not exactly enthused about this. The algos, the institutions, the market makers, they're going to play games here. This is a very obvious resistance level. They know guys like me are watching it. I could see them playing games here. Breaking above it, breaking below it, breaking above it, breaking below it. Fucking with people, basically. So I'm a little bit tempted to short it here off this red candle, but I don't think that's really smart. I'm going to be tempted to get long if we break higher. I will probably buy a contract with a tight stop in case we want to make a big run. But my stop will be very close. I'm not going to get chewed up by algo bullshit at this level. I got a feeling they're going to want to play games here. Yeah, I got a feeling that algos are going to want to play games here. All right, let's try it. All right, there's like a little bust through. Now, is that just a little liquidity hunt right there? A little stop hunt? Just to punish people? Maybe. $742 would be a very clear level. $18 would be 99.75, 409.75, 509.75. All right, I've got a tight stop here. One more tick lower. Really what I'm hoping for here is we've now broken above 740. I'm just hoping for not exactly a straight line higher, but a move higher without a pullback below 740, all right? My stop and my exit is basically directly below 740. If we pull back below 740, I'm going to be out very quickly. I'm very suspicious of this. But sometimes moves break above a level and then they just never look back, all right? So that's what I'd be hoping for here. A move that just doesn't look back. I know plumber number 2 is going to arrive while I'm in the middle of this trade. Oh well. Now, I will say this 740 level has been a pretty significant level for the last week. We haven't broken above it in a week, so that does give it some added juice, a little bit more significance. But again, I just can't rule out algo fuckery here because it's so obvious of a level. Again, I'm not hoping for a straight up move. I'm just hoping for a move that doesn't look back. We're about to look back. Yeah, okay, we looked back. All right, yeah. See what I mean? Just algo fuckery. Didn't I say it wouldn't surprise me if we bounced to 740.5 and then went down to rope people in? Yeah. Now, I only lost $10 on it, which is good because I was suspicious of it. Now, was that a top? Yeah, it definitely could have been. But Bitcoin's heading higher. I'm not sure if it was a top. 738 would be sort of the obvious. Well, 739 also. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where my out was if I tried to short it here. No, I really wouldn't. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like shorting it here. I mean, I think obviously we're pulling back. I wouldn't have a ton of faith in where we're headed with a pullback or why, other than 740 as a resistance level. And 740 being a resistance level, that doesn't provide much clue as to how far down we're going to go when we bounce off of it. So, yeah, I'm still sitting this one out. Where are we? 739.5. Could that be the bottom of the bounce? You bet. When I say bounce, I mean bounce lower. Bitcoin at 60,300. Quite an improvement over where we were for most of this morning. It's back above 60. Like I said, I think that's probably what drove this move higher. Are we going to go any higher than that? Who knows? And this 740 level, again, prime area for algo fuckery. They know guys like us are watching it. They know breaking through it and then breaking down back below it and then breaking through it will catch a lot of guys off guard and whipsaw them. I don't want to be one of them. There's no reason to think we're headed higher or lower either way. Honestly, I'd lean towards lower just because 737 seemed to be the mark that we were at all morning. In fact, you know what? I almost like that thesis, to tell you the truth. You know what? I'm going to play that thesis now that it pops into my head. $7.37. Yeah, we were there all morning. Why not try it out? Won't cost me much. Put my out at 7.40. Right in the middle of the red guy. Okay. And one more tick. All right, cost me 21 bucks. What's 21 bucks on a day like today? We're gonna hit my out immediately, huh? We're gonna hit my exit just like that. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm about to lose this trade, so let me not say what I like about it when I'm about to lose. Fuck you. All right. Yeah, I lost. Okay. Just bleeding, which isn't surprising given how shit this market is. Yeah. Well, my thesis was we were at 737 all morning. Maybe we want to go back down there. Maybe that's the peg for the day. But you know what? Bitcoin's still moving higher. We don't have a lot of room to run higher, though. I mean, we're up a 1.5%. Well, but then again, that number isn't real because we're up 1.5% from 728 SPY, which isn't really where we were trading Friday. So, ugh. Yuck, yuck, yuck. All right, I don't want to take a lot of damage here at this 740 range, especially if we're going to start just hanging around it, doing the whole algos are going to fuck with us at 740 routine. Wouldn't surprise me if we start entering like a channel bound sort of thing here at 740 to catch people who are trying to play the breakout and then trying to short it, trying to play the breakout, short it. The algos could really whipsaw people here if they want to. $7.54. All right. I guess I'm going to get long. Okay. Here we go. Is this where the momentum dies? Do we have any momentum? Do we actually have momentum higher? Do we actually have momentum higher? I'm not taking a big loss on this. Nope, it does not look like we do. How much of a loss is this? $36. Alright, whatever. I gotta play like I mean it. This is my last attempt at this. And they will have successfully played their game with me for the last time. Yep. This looks like algo fuckery. I knew they were going to do it. Why have I thrown away $60 on this shit when my gut tells me the algos are going to fuck around at 740? Don't let them rope you in. I mean, I was up like $48, wasn't I? And I have let them fuck around with me here. Fuck you, you dirty fucking algos. There you go. I just sold. I just got out. Fuck you. There you go. Alright. You only got like $50 off me, you bastards. Bitcoin still creeping higher, Bitcoin. Got another leg in us. Do we have another leg higher? Is that what's happening here? Another leg to 742 would be the obvious one, but 743 and 744 can't be ruled out. Okay, I'll bite. I'll bite. I'll bite. I'll bite. I'll bite. God, trading's hard. I mean, even though I know the algos are fucking with me here, I'm still losing to them. Like, how is that possible? FOMO. That's how. I don't want to miss a big up move. But what the fuck are the odds of a big up move here? Not very good. Fuck this. I don't want this play. I don't want this fucking play. Don't feel good about it. Do not feel good about it at all. What do I feel like is going to happen? What does my gut say? My gut says we're going to take another leg higher at some point. It's going to really try and rope people in. And then we're going to fall off. That's what my gut says. Or maybe we just hang around this 740 level, just putz around here. This would be, like I said, this is a nice level to whipsaw people at. And there's just no reason to think we have any direction here. Why would we add higher here? I mean, we could. I just... There's no pressing... It would make a lot more sense to me if we had some sort of fake out move higher, which maybe this is right here. Maybe that already was the fake out move, but that doesn't feel fakey enough. A fake out move higher, then sort of a steady decline later. That would feel naturalistic to me. What I don't want to do is get roped in. Just don't get roped in by the algos at this point. I get the distinct feeling they want people to be long here. listening to music, falling asleep. Market is that exciting. Wake me up if something happens. Yeah. Every word you say. Every move you make. By the police. It's pretty good song for the stock market, right? Every move you make, I'll be watching you. Yeah, it's appropriate. You belong to me. I don't know about that. Since you've gone, all I lost without a trace. Please. It's my falsetto. Please. Please, seriously, do something. Every move you make, every step you take. All right. I'll bite for a second. I'll bite for a second. Just because I have a clear out. I have a clear out. $10.25. All right. I'm getting long because if we drop below 740, there's a clear out. We could make a run to 742 pretty easily. Although, honestly, I think it'd be 743. Yeah, I think it'd be 743 personally. Yeah, I don't see why 742 would be it. Yeah, okay. Long one MES because I've got to clear out. As I said before, what I want is a move that breaks out above 740. It doesn't need to necessarily have momentum. I just don't want it to pull back below 740. And it looks like maybe that's starting to form. I want to get in early enough that I can't get hurt if we drop back below 740. So I set my out right below 740. Sometimes you see this. You see a move when a level breaks, like a nice clean integer like 740, and you break it and then you just don't look back, right? It may not be pure momentum, straight shot all the way, but it could be a move that creeps higher that just never goes back below 740. So I can just keep my out there and that's it. Yeah. Got a good risk reward on it. Losing $30 to win 97. Not the most exciting trade, not the most exciting time in the market, but it is a bit of a setup. We did break a level. I kind of like it. I like 743 as an out, too. If I see just a little momentum, I'll grab another contract here. But then again, this type of play doesn't really rely on momentum. Do I really need it? In fact, it might be better to not rely on it. Okay. I just like the risk reward here, honestly. Risking $60 to win 218. Yeah, I'll take that. Whoa. Oh. Plumber. Hello? Fucking asshole plumbers. Okay. Plumbers. Baby's crying. Plumber's here. Distracted. This all seems dependent on Bitcoin right now. It really does. As Bitcoin goes, so goes the market. Bitcoin went up. Now it's frozen. Now we're freezing. Well, I'm long 2 MES contracts. Might be out of boredom. I'm not going to rule that out. I should probably only be long 1. I do like the risk reward though. At 2 contracts, risking $60 to win 220. Might be boredom though. Do I feel all that confident in this play? Do I really feel confident in this play? If Bitcoin keeps going up, I do. And it's going to be a creeper, like I said. I don't think this is going to be a momentum play. I think it's just going to be, like I said, we just don't drop below 740. Looks like it's sort of filling out the creeper pattern. But do I have a ton of faith in this? I wouldn't say that. I will say, other than Bitcoin being up slightly today, but it was down over the weekend. I mean, it's hard for me to explain why we're up today. And when it's not easy to explain, I almost like those moves better sometimes because it means there's probably just a buyer out there or buyers buying for some reason we don't know about. It certainly looks like it could just be accumulation for whatever reason. People are just accumulating today. And we don't know why. Slow and steady. Hello? Hey, what's up? No, no, I didn't. I'm okay. Thank you. All right, bye.
Hey, sir.
Yeah. I've got the clogged bathroom sink from hell. We're now on our second plumber, and he's having trouble correcting it. Something is radically wrong with the bathroom sink. Okay. Now, I don't like that we see a lower high here. I don't like that at all, tell you the truth. But there's just nothing going on. It's just dead. Looks like there's a little resistance level forming here at 740.5. If we get another lower high here, I'm probably going to exit a contract, though. Yeah, I don't feel like getting crushed on this one. A higher high would be beautiful. I'm just going to sell one right here. Forget that. All right, down to one contract instead. Yeah, I don't like the lower high here. The lower high here bothers me.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How do you want to do it?
For now.
Thanks. I mean, I have a training that I can put in a portion of it I'm supposed to be in chat. Otherwise, I should.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Hey, buddy. Yeah, this is a crap day. I'm holding my own, though. I'm even, basically. So, yeah, happy about that. Yeah, it was good. I mean, the first hour or two were okay. I mean, this nice big wave. I was up about $100 or so. After this, Since then, it's just been bleeding out, trying to catch these little moves that turn into nothing. $20 here, $30 here, $20 here. Probably going to be another one of those plays. I got long when we broke above 740. Now I'm risking $30 to win $100. I don't have much faith in it, to tell you the truth. Honestly, I'm probably made the play more out of boredom than anything else. Just trying to stay involved in the market. But yeah, just nothing. No read on this. I think Bitcoin is what matters. I think if we break below 60,000, and I mean like decisively break below it, below 59,000, you know, the market will go down with it. But it's not really moving. Nothing's really moving. So, yeah, I've got no opinion on this. I like my risk reward at least. $740 losing exit, $743 winning exit, getting 3-1 on it. That's nice. Got to climb another 2.5 points to get there, though. I don't know how we're going to do that in this market, but yeah, you never know. Could light up at any moment. Could get a tweet. Hmm. All right. This play is looking more and more grim. Come on. Little pop higher. Anything. Yeah. Forming a little trend here of Lower highs, not happy about that. Lower highs is not good, considering I'm long. I'd like to see a higher high. That'd be nice. A small sign of something. A higher high would be good. Fuck this. I'm exiting that. I'm not throwing away $30 on that play. Looks like another lower high. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck it. That's a good exit. Yes. Only want to hang around in plays for so long, you know. Generally, I'm trying to catch momentum. Even if I'm not trying to catch momentum, I mean, I at least want the play to develop within 45 minutes or an hour. I mean, after that amount of time, you're not in the same play anymore. Whatever play you originally thought you had, the time has now passed for it, you know? So, I've been in that play, I don't know. It's approaching 40 minutes, I would think. It's something like that. It just doesn't look the same anymore. Save what money I can. Minus 17. Back to waiting. Waiting for something to happen. Now, if we start breaking lower, does that become a short? Maybe. Maybe we'd have to break below 740. And I'd really want to see some momentum behind it. I mean, I'd want to see... Yeah, I'd want to see some momentum behind it. We did spend a lot of this morning centered at 737. Maybe we try and head back to it. Again, that's a stretch. These are stretch theses here. Sort of trying to find something to latch on to. But whatever. If I end the day down $18, that's not bad considering. All right, we've got lower highs. Looks like we might be about to make a lower low. Indicating at least we're in some sort of mini downtrend. Best to wait. Best to wait. Wait for something. Flat. Let me change that. All right, well, even if we make a lower low here, 740 is right here. This is 740. So we're not quite there yet. It is a lower low, though. We're making slow lower lows, slow lower highs. Which doesn't really give us anything playable, but I'd be a bit more hesitant to be bullish on anything here. Doorbell. All right. Well, this market is dead. Let's see. Take a look at a 5-day chart. I mean, we did break a pretty significant. I mean, 740 was a level that's held for a week. And we do have a bit of a clear runway up to 743 from here, but doesn't look like there's any momentum, any motivation to move higher here. All right. Starting to go a little bit. But I don't trust that this isn't just a channel. Yeah, we hit the top here, we go back to the bottom, back up to the top. Not a very big channel either. We're talking 765 to 740.65 to 740.20, 10. That's nothing. 40, 50 cents. All right. I gotta be out of my mind getting long here. Yeah, I got it. No, this isn't a smart play. No. No. Way too likely that this is a channel. I mean, we break out, you get long, you're going for 743, right, as your target. That's not a bad target if we actually have some. But what are the odds you have any momentum behind that kind of move right now? We may get there. We may get to 743 by the end of the day after a lot of up and down, which isn't very valuable. I mean, a lot of ups and downs means a lot of opportunities to get whipsawed, a lot of opportunities to get knocked out of the trade. if anything, I wouldn't mind seeing a good move lower here, because this could theoretically, this up move right here could theoretically be sort of a last minute fake out. We were in a downtrend. You know, we had a little break lower below. I don't even know if I'd call it a break lower, but we were headed lower. Then you get a nice up move that sort of breaks highs. Maybe tries to fake people out into getting long, like I did there for a second. And that's when you take the market lower. If you're the algos, you're sort of trending lower already. You do an up move, pump fake, then you bring us down. It's a stretch. Yeah, that's a stretch. Well, this is what they say. This is where you make the money, apparently. Waiting. That's what all the great advice says, right? The wisdom of the market wizards and whoever else, all the gurus. You don't make your money by trading. You make your money by sitting on your hands. All right. Well, making a lot of money then. You do have to be disciplined. You do. You do have to wait out periods like this. I mean, if you were actively trading this, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to get whipsawed. You're going to lose money just on friction costs and commissions. So, yeah. This is a good time to sit out. Still, though. It's boring. This does remind me of playing poker. Sitting around waiting for a hand. You go through those stretches, just hours of 5, 10 offsuit. Yeah, those can go on for a while. Always seems to come in bursts. Long periods of waiting, and then you would get bursts of, 5 great hands in half an hour. And then it's back to waiting for 3 or 4 hours. This kind of reminds me of that. Market's actually a little more fast-paced than that, to tell you the truth. You don't really sit around for hours usually. $741. All right. This is starting to look more and more just like accumulation. I don't like playing accumulation plays. Accumulation is just where there's buyers out there. There's more buyers than sellers. The market is moving higher because institutions seem to be just accumulating stock on any given day. The problem is that on days like that, accumulation days, the up and down movement there's a lot of it. You go up a little bit, and then you go down just a little bit less, and then you go up a little bit more, and down just a little bit less, and as you make your way through the day, you do slowly inch your way higher. And we've been seeing that, inching our way higher, but you have all of these pullbacks throughout, which are problematic for traders. You got to make decisions whether you're going to hold through that or not. Accumulation days are not great trading opportunities, even when you can identify them, and even if you are correct, which is always iffy. Executing it correctly is basically a matter of just buying and then holding through all the pullbacks. And I'm not a huge fan of that strategy. Are we picking up a little momentum? All right. I'll try it out. Might be another board play, but looks like maybe we're getting a little momentum here. 743 would really be nice. 742 would be a lot easier to hit. But 743 would be a better target. How much am I? This is the problem. Without momentum, just going to face a pullback here. Is it going to be nasty? All right, I'll set my stop down here. Set my stop where the last low was. Hoping that we don't make a new lower low. Although I somehow doubt I'm going to even see this trade out. Set my stop at 740. 742 for now. I'd like to get to 743. If we can show any sort of momentum higher, I'll reach for 743. But if we're just going to creep higher, I'll take 742. It's 2:48 p.m. also. 12 minutes until 3. The tempo of the market does tend to change at 3 o'clock one way or another. Yo. Picked a good day to join us. It's shit market. I'm down $40 in this market? That's unreal. I've made like 5 trades. How am I down $40? Right now, I'm just trying to ride it up to 742, basically. And I think it's a trade, honestly, made out of boredom more than anything else. But, hey, why not? Yeah, my sense is this is just an accumulation day right now, or at least an accumulation phase. We're just creeping higher, bit by bit. But there's going to be a lot of pullbacks along the way, which make it hard to trade. Like this pullback here. If it goes too deep, it's going to force me out. But hoping it doesn't go too deep. And we resume the slow climb higher. I was hoping we were gathering a little momentum when I bought in at the top here. Great timing, by the way. Obviously not. No momentum. Let's at least turn around before we hit my losing out. That would be good. I'd just rather not take the full loss on this trade if possible. That's, oh God, it's looking ugly. I'm going to give myself one more tick lower. A little breathing room. One tick. Yeah, 3 o'clock is quickly approaching. I don't know if I want to have any open positions at 3 o'clock. Things can change at 3, and they can change pretty suddenly. I don't like the odds of us suddenly shooting higher at 3 o'clock. I could see suddenly shooting lower at 3 o'clock. That would make a lot more sense to me. So I don't particularly want to have this position open when we tick 3 o'clock. Let's see if we can do anything in the next 7 minutes. I could just get out right here. Yeah, I am gonna get out here. Fuck that. Might as well just get out at this little mini plateau top here. I mean, I bought in at the top, hoping for a little momentum. That thesis, obviously dead. Might as well get out for a minimum loss. Yeah, whatever. Only cost me... How much did it even cost me? Why does it seem like it cost me nothing? $10? Oh, $10. What I was really hoping for today, was a collapse in Bitcoin price. You know, sitting at 60,150 right now. But for a lot of the morning, Bitcoin was at 59,000. And if we had really broken below 59,000 and started moving, the market would have followed it lower. But it just never broke. Never broke below 59,000. Now it's made a climb back to 60. That $60,000 floor in Bitcoin just keeps holding. But if that breaks down, you're going to see the cryptocurrencies break down with it. I mean, that $60,000 floor has been there for a long time now. So when it gives, it's going to really give out. You're going to get a lot of margin calls. You're going to get a lot of people exiting. And that's going to affect the broader market. Now, that's just a big if. That's if it actually breaks below 60,000. It's tested 60,000 a number of times now in the last few months, and it has not broken. So, you know, take all that with a grain of salt. It needs to actually break below it, and it hasn't shown an ability to do so yet. But if we do break below 60,000, the market will follow, and that'll be a good opportunity. That could turn into like a real 2 or 3% down day if Bitcoin sinks to 55,000. But we need that floor to give out, and there's a lot of resistance at 60,000. That was the big plan for today. Didn't happen. All right, 3 minutes until 3 o'clock. Maybe at 3 o'clock, something happens. If not, I may pack it up for the day. Do something productive other than stare at a chart that's not moving. Trying to force trades that aren't going to work.
But you keep interrupting.
Yeah.
Go down and recover.
Yeah, I would think I'm almost done. Another 5 or 10 minutes.
Have to get on the tree
Okay.
with my feet. And then
Got
I
it.
can put it on mute and walk upstairs early.
And where's the plumber? Do we know?
I think they're outside the house.
The plumber is outside the house. Okay, that's all right. Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I have a clog sink. The plumber is outside the house. That's not a good sign. Anyway, all right, 2:59. That was my wife, by the way, basically commanding me that I must go watch the baby. That's always good. Good thing it's a slow day, but I do want to see the 3 o'clock through. Let's see if anything happens at 3. Yeah, there we go. We just dinged it. Little something, little action. Eh. All right, guys. Well, thanks for joining me. I got the plumber here. I've got a baby that needs to be taken care of. I wish I could say something about today. I mean, I don't have any read on where we're gonna head later today. I mean, if we start gathering momentum lower, that'd be nice. But I'm not seeing anything here yet today. So, yeah. Don't be afraid to sit on your hands. Good luck, guys. Good luck. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.